Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. So, last class, art and culture. Small topics. We have to do foreign travelers. Then literature, science and technology, little bit of handicrafts, and then current affairs. Things which have been in the news, important for the past 1.5 years, but have not been asked in the examination. And even when something is ornamented, there's a chance for it to be getting looted. So, the pain part is here because this is quite long, and agenda is that we'll finish the pain first, and then we'll go into the current affairs part. Other than that, we have covered everything out of the book. So if you don't have the book, or for some reason you don't want to refer to the book, generally everything has been covered out of it. So puppetry, martial art, music, dance. Science and tech will do today. Vidyalayas, we've done festivals, awards and honors. We've covered everything more or less. Everything. When will we meet next time? Morning batch. I don't know. Have I done world history with you? Have I? Already done. So we'll see. I will meet you again for sure. We meet on 19th. So don't worry about that. I think that got corrected yesterday. Vejshri, thank you for pointing it out. And Shreyank also sent the email. Thank you for pointing that out. That was an issue. Okay. There's one section in which you would have to buy a new edition. I'll make sure that I give you the information in class itself. Doubt class will be on Sunday. Sunday, 17th December. And I was going to talk about this only. Sunday, 17th December from 8:30 in the morning, or let me check. Have they already put it? No. Uh, 8:30 or 8, I'll see. You will see it in your dashboard. 8:30 to 12:30. So most probably 8 o'clock. 3.5 hours it should be. So 8 to 12:30 a.m. on Sunday, we'll have a doubt session. And the rules of the doubt session are very straight. I'll write it in a proper way. Rules are very straightforward. I'll tell you what are the rules for the doubt session. I'll write it in a proper way. So our doubt session will be on 17th December Sunday, 8 to 12:30 a.m. And what you have to do, I'll give you a break, Abhishek. I'm counting the break in between. I'll change the time if needed. Don't worry. This I will confirm to you most probably like this. I'm counting a break at 12:30 p.m. here. Okay, okay. This has to be scheduled, so I will see how much time we need. Okay, so here the rule is that if you have a doubt, it has to be sent to islive@byju's.com, and it has to be sent with the subject line art and culture doubt, or whatever you want to write it, ancient or medieval. So just send all this in the session. I will first take the questions which have come through email. Then only we will go into the other aspect, which is the chat questions. So they get first prerogative and first right, be it 8 to 12:30 or be it 9 to 12:30. That I will decide with the team. Don't worry about that. Will be intimated you through an email also, and you will be able to see it in your dashboard also. So don't have to worry in that sense. Well, Vetri, same here, and thank you. When will you send question? When we have to send questions through email? Between today and 17th. If you send it after, it makes no sense. So between today and 17th, you have to send your doubts. Right? We'll give it one more minute. Somehow, still the number is not there, but sure, why not? We give it one more minute. Remember, doubt session 17 December Sunday. Time, it's either 8 or 9. We'll see that. We'll see that. Just remember that over the week, have to send your doubts on this. And as I said, 2-3 important but simple, straightforward but painful topics also left. We have to just cover literature, which is the bigger issue for you, most of you. And problem with Nitin Singhania is that too big. And the chapter on edicts, because most of you have third or fourth edition. For third and fourth can open the book. For anybody who does not have a book, I'll write the important inscriptions and the basic details about them, so don't have to worry about that also. Now, we start. Can we start? Yes. Okay, great. Beautiful. Now, at 17th time will be intimated to you, but most probably in the morning, not 6 o'clock, but maybe 8 o'clock. We'll decide on this time. I have to decide on this time with the team. We'll do that. But you just need to know Sunday we meet again. I can't take it before that because I have a weekend class. That is why this Sunday. Now, since the beginning, I have been telling you about the different topics. And this is something which is due for you generally, which is that we need to decide on two things. Areas where mains focus plus prelims focus both needs to be there. An area where prelims focus is more important. And mostly students, what they do is that they concentrate on the right hand column prelims, but they don't concentrate on mains and prelims both. For example, architecture, paintings, what we call as sculpture, the ideas of the dances. You have 6 schools of philosophy. You have literature, foreign travelers. Then you can have a question on Buddhism, Jainism, Bhakti and Sufi. Yes, Rahul, for you that is enough. Bhakti and Sufi. And more or less, these are the areas out of which the questions are made when it comes to mains. And here a new trend has been period contribution to art and culture and symbols and imagery. Again, a subset of all of these concepts itself, but there is a new trend that ways. The areas which are purely prelims, where we expect a purely prelims question: theater, puppetry, but in no way this is a prediction based on pattern. Theater, puppetry, martial arts, folk art, you have numismatics here, then folk music, folk dance, festivals, languages or classical language, handicraft. Thereafter, I think it's a UNESCO tangible and intangible heritage. GI tag, but GI tag concept can come here. GI tag concept, then GI tag latest development. Here current affairs comes in. Cultural institutions. Anything else? Frequently asked ancient medieval areas are not that pattern is not like that. Pottery, law and culture can come here if needed. Science and technology again here and here. Science and technology can get both type of questions. Awards, Anything else? I have asked you to read it. Law and culture is basically polity. The sections related to law or culture. I'll write it down if you want. There's nothing to teach there. Is there any other topic which you want me to put into this list? Regional schools and all is coming into architecture only. Coinage is numismatics written in mains. If you say painting and architecture, it goes into architecture painting automatically. Now see, simple point is that a factual area goes into prelims orientation. If anything with regards to explanation or importance comes, see, any of these questions can be made into mains if they ask you a bigger generic question. So from here, you can easily go here if there's a generic question. And a generic question would be, for example, conservation, about preservation, and that should not be something which you should now fear, because you can write about preservation, conservation, larger ideas quite well. So the fact of the matter is UPSC will never say give us a short note on the martial arts, but still the fact is that you have space for questions to come from more from here than actually prelims areas. This is just a basic idea. This is not a prediction. This is not a given. I'm just telling you that you should remember one thing. By looking at the prelims column, don't give up on the mains column, because mains column is both important for the GS paper 1 and GS and your prelims. So one thing should be very, very clear, that if you plan to ignore prelims, you cannot give up on the mains area. So very simply be very clear about it, that left hand column, which is mains and prelims area, cannot be ignored as it is. I'm trying to give you a basic idea here. If it is clear, then we start our discussion for today. Smaller topics we have to cover quickly. Okay. Now, the first topic is foreign travelers. Don't worry about the fact that we have questions or not. I brought in the mains question also, and I also have this year's what we call as prelims questions. For example, the 2023 questions, very straightforward, like this question. Already seen this question, very easy. We have covered most of them, but I still have it with me, so don't worry about that. I have it. 2023 questions. And my focus is going to be more mains towards, because that is an area which you need to know. But let's cover these smaller topics first, which is foreign travelers. Now, a very standard question which can come is why do we refer to foreign travelers, or what is the value, or what is the issue in using them as a traveler, as a source? And here the answers are quite easy, straightforward. Foreign travelers give us an alternative understanding, and ideas about the subcontinent. They are an important source because they allow for what is called corroboration or cross checking. Thereafter, sometimes they reveal mundane aspects which may be ignored in traditional literature, because for us maybe that aspect is not something to be covered, or not that important in that sense. But it could also be that it's a fascinating aspect we don't know about. They give us political, economic, and social history. However, there are problems also of using foreign travelers. The issues may be that they may not give us right picture, either due to bias or non understanding. As it is, you will not go to a court of a person and criticize them. So they mostly glorify and exaggerate. And third is the fact that they can always distort facts and need to be seen with critical eyes. So reveal mundane, mundane, mundane. The fact is that they are an important source, but misinterpretation is also quite standard. For example, Megasthenes said that there is no slavery in India because his understanding of slavery is not there. But there was slavery in India, which is Dasadasi tradition. So that does not add up properly in that sense. And that is something which happens more or less. So the basic point which you need to understand here is that though they are a very important, very, very important source, because they can sometimes also give you an alternative perspective. It's a very important point that the ruler's poet will always write very glorified things. He's writing glorified after glorified after glorified, and a foreign traveler reaches there and he gives a totally different point itself. That he's saying us that there's a totally different concept. For example, Bernier, Trevenier, and Peter Mundi. Shah Jahan's takes talk about a lot of money, specifically Peter Mundi, lot of money. But when he talks about it, he tells us that the rural countryside was extremely impoverished. So the first is alternative, second is corroboration, cross-checking, third is mundane aspects, fourth is all the history. First is misinterpretation or bias or misunderstanding, second is glorification, third is distortion. So we have to always look at it through a critical eye, that why is he saying what he's saying. So Hyun Sang, as you say, was biased towards Buddhist kingdoms, but he got robbed. And that is something which gives us a very interesting picture of Harshvardhan. Because Harshvardhan's empire in his texts are shown to be very, very powerful. But we get a new idea itself. So I think you have enough points to mundane means standard, everyday aspect. The basic point is you have enough points to write a mains answer here, wherein what is the value, if they ask you value or issues of using them as a source. You can easily write any of these points and you will get a proper 150 to 250 word answer. If you want to give examples, you give examples. That's a separate issue altogether. Now comes the more prelims part of it, wherein you can get basically match the following questions, and that is a standard thing which can come in the examination. Now, this is again out of the chapter itself because some of you may not have the book, so you don't have to refer to the book if you have the PPT. That is, I picked up everything which is important from Nitin Singhania itself. But there are certain people we need to actually focus on and certain areas which you need to know for. Conclusion of foreign travelers is an important source, however, should be seen through a little bit of a pinch of salt and need to corroborate and understand it in the larger context. Now, Megasthenes is considered the first ever traveler to come to India. And he comes to India because of the fact that we have the Seleucid Empire and Chandragupta Maurya's connection to Helena. And his book Indica, till today, once I'll change the color, First Traveler, and his book Indica is considered till today one of the most comprehensive accounts of Indian history at this point of time. However, the problem is that Indica in its original text does not exist, and rather we find it in pieces in, for example, Strabo, Justin, Arrian, Pliny. These are the later texts talk about Indica, but Indica in its original form is not there. He had his major issues was, he said no slavery, but Dasi tradition was there. He also has one more issue. He divides the society in his own understanding. Meaning he divides it according to the Greco-Roman way. Soldiers, scholar, this and that. That is not something which we use. We rather had the fourfold Varna system. So he never basically understood Varna. Then comes Demachus, which we have already discussed again, who came to Bindusara's court. Again, a successor of Chandragupta Maurya and the successor of Megasthenes and Pliny. He is important because he sat in the court of Bindusara. And he gives us a lot of material about geographical understanding, or what we call as historical geography. A lot about geography is talked about. Then come the three Chinese travelers: Fahian, Hyunsang, Itzing. Remember this in your life. Again, second time I'm telling you. FHI, Fahian, Hyunsang, you'll find different spellings for him, and Itzing. Not Sing, but Sing. Itzing. All three are important because they give us the story of Buddhism in a way. He's the first Chinese traveler to come in. He's the one who wrote Siyuki. He's the one who got robbed also. And he is the one who studied in Nalanda for 10 years. And therefore, all three are very important for Buddhist learning and Buddhism. Then from the early medieval period, the text change and the people change. Now it is not going to be for the Chinese or the Buddhist. Now it's going to be either travelers, or going to be traders. So, for example, Al-Masudi is a traveler and trader who comes during this period of Pala, Pratihara, and Rashtrakuta. And he gives us an account of the Palas quite a lot. in a way, he is also important because he gives us a important account of the gap period. Because in early medieval, we don't really find any texts, more or less. But the most celebrated and the most important is Al-Baruni. Now, Al-Baruni, one second. Al-Baruni, written like this also. Al-Baruni, Al-Biruni, Al-Beruni, all same. Now, Al-Baruni is a very, very important text. It's a Persian text because he came to India when India was literally fragmented. And when Mahmud of Ghazni was coming into India the 17 times, Al-Baruni was traveling India at this point of time. And it is believed that between the period of 900 to 1100, there is no better text than Al-Baruni. His Kitabul Hind, which is also called the Takhliq-e-Hind, has a history of science, culture, religion, customs, even has ideas of Varna and everyday aspects of life. For this period, Al-Baruni is considered the most authoritative text. The Kitabul Hind is considered the most authoritative text because nobody was writing a proper history of India at this point of time except for this person. And that is why Al-Baruni also became a bridge between West Asia and India, in a way that he started to translate several texts in Sanskrit to the Central Asian languages, which is in Arabic. For example, Patanjali's grammar. And in India, he was bringing in the Greek texts and converting them into Sanskrit. So, Al-Baruni's Kitabul Hind, Takhliq-e-Hind, till today is considered an encyclopedic work about every aspect of Indian history. And if they ask you the value of Persian sources, the value of medieval sources, an answer without Al-Baruni makes no sense. And they had previously also asked a question on Persian travelers. They were basically asking a question on Al-Baruni. That how important is Al-Baruni and how critical is he for the history of early medieval India? Now, in this list, we also have to add a little bit of the rulers which came during the Vijayanagara period, because Vijayanagara Empire, because controlling the peninsular sector, had a multiplicity of travelers coming from the Arabian Sea. And that is why I've already given you the list of travelers which came in Vijayanagara in the Vijayanagara slide itself. But we have to discuss some of them. For example, you have Abdul Razak. Razak came from Persia. Razak came from Persia. And here, the king of Persia had sent him as an ambassador, Shahrukh. And why is he important? Because he tells us a very interesting account of something, which is he had a fascination to describe the Vijayanagara rule itself. And how many harbors are there, the wealth, the royal center of Hampi, the channels of stone cutting. He gave a account which corroborates the text of this time. He talks about the architecture, cities and prosperity of this period, which confirms to us the wealth of Vijayanagara. Something talked about quite a lot in text, but we didn't need confirmation. Then, during the same period, came a very unfortunate man called Ibn Battuta. Ibn Battuta, till today, is written in every fable, in songs, because of his very interesting luck. Abdul Razak came to Vijayanagara Empire, yes. Now, no specific. Sanskar, no specific. 15th century. Abdul Razak does not talk about someone specifically. We believe it's just before Krishna Dev Raya. Now, Ibn Battuta, he was a traveler who had traveled the world. He's a Moroccan traveler coming from Africa. He travels the northern African sector, then he goes into the Central Asian sector. But the problem is that when he reached Ujla and Multan, somebody told him about a sultan called Muhammad bin Tughlaq in Delhi. And this fool, rather than going straight, went towards Delhi and reached Delhi. And initially, he was loved by Muhammad bin Tughlaq. Muhammad bin Tughlaq loved Ibn Battuta, even making him the Qazi of Delhi and giving lot of respect to Ibn Battuta. However, the irony of Ibn Battuta is that he starts as a Qazi and by the end of Muhammad bin Tughlaq's reign ends up in the jail. So somehow he will start with a lot of favors from Muhammad bin Tughlaq, traveling across this whole sector itself. But his luck will run out once he will reach Multan. He will be made the Qazi, the judge of Delhi, impressed by scholarship, but he'll be thrown into the prison by the same person who was fascinated by him after he got bored of Ibn Battuta. That is why people say that Ibn Battuta somehow came to India to get jailed. He had been traveling the world. Nobody was ever able to arrest him. Nobody was ever interested in arresting him. But this person, Muhammad bin Tughlaq, Mad King, loved him initially, gave him a lot of honor, gave him a lot of money, later threw him into jail because he did not agree. The Qazi of Delhi, it is believed that they had a small argument over something, and Muhammad bin Tughlaq said that throw him into jail. He's useless. He has no idea. Muhammad bin Tughlaq can do anything. They had an issue of interpretation over a issue because he's a Qazi. Over some Islamic issue, they had an issue. He said, throw him in the jail. So Ibn Battuta is known to be the luckiest and the unluckiest man both, because he got a lot of wealth initially, but also all the wealth was taken away by him because of the same ruler he actually came to India for. Thereafter, we have Niccolo Conti. He again is coming just before the accession of Krishna Dev Raya. He is a very interesting personality because he talks about socio-economic and linguistic history of India quite a lot. He talks about the socio-economic conditions. He talks about the language itself, which is Telugu, and how it was the Italian of the East coming from Italy himself. He thought that Telugu is spoken all across India, which was technically not true, but he loved the language. Now, there are certain travelers which give us a very interesting perspective. For example, Peter Mundi. He's an Italian traveler. There are two Peter Mundis, remember. There's one, a British traveler also. He's an Italian traveler. And Peter Mundi gives us a very critical account of Shah Jahan's reign. And it is believed that he tells us that in the countryside, people were struggling to make ends meet. He talks about how most of the people don't have footwear, but that's not related to prosperity. That's something which Indians did. But he said that as much as Shah Jahan is going gold after marble, he gives us a totally different account on the living conditions of the people. And in a way, it shows that by the end of Shah Jahan's reign, people had started to suffer. As much as he had these very glorious accounts and a lot of money, the fact of the matter was that the alternative perspective comes from a foreign traveler who gives us a very interesting account of this area. Thereafter, we discuss him. Then you have Marco Polo and Francois Bernier. Marco Polo, again coming from Venice, which is basically Italy. Marco Polo is known to be a very important traveler because he traveled the world quite extensively. For Indian history is important because he even went to the Andaman Nicobar Islands, both east and west coast. And his economic history or economic account of India is very important. His book, the Book of Sir Marco Polo, gives us a very beautiful account of how the lifestyle of people was, how they used to transact. It talks about the economy quite well. And if you ever get a chance, if you do ever get a chance, not right now, but ever get a chance, this book is in translation. If you ever read this book, you will think that how fascinating, how sophisticated Indian subcontinent was. Again, Marco Polo, when did he come? I've already told you. When did Marco Polo come? We've had a conversation about Marco Polo. He came under one of the most important queens of early medieval. Yes, Rudrama Devi. Rudrama Devi. He came and gave a very important account of India. There's again that in 15th, 16th century period. Don't have to learn Kakatiyas, yes. Don't have to learn their time periods, but I have one solution for that also. Don't worry about that. I have this. See, this is this is given by the NCERT. Al-Baruni, Marco Polo, 1200, 1300, as I told you. This is the period of transition Kakatiya's Delhi Sultanate. Ibn Battuta, then you have Abdul Razak, Nikitin is Russian, Barbosa, Rice, and Montserrat. All three very important. Then you have Peter Mundi, he's the English one. Then Travenier and Bernier. So don't worry about that. This is given to you. This is an NCERT one, so it is important. Now, I want to talk about Bernier. Can I talk about Bernier? Remember Rudrama Devi Kakati? I wrote it in the paper itself. We had it in the PPT. Now, Bernier again is a very interesting personality because Bernier is a French physician. He's a doctor. He came to India. He came to India during the period of Shah Jahan, just before that. But he is known for a very important thing. Basically, Bernier did not get a lot of respect initially. But when Jahanara was burnt, she was burnt by a certain incident because of burning oil. She had burnt her, close to one hand was burnt. Bernier used his doctory skills or his physician skills to basically reduce the burning and even take away the scars. And that made Shah Jahan, the father of Jahanara. Again, who is Jahanara? Now, these questions I will not answer. Jahanara, Roshanara, Goharara, the daughters of Shah Jahan. Things we already discussed. Shah Jahan then became very impressed with this person. He was very close to Dara Shikoh also. And in Shah Jahan's court, there were two very interesting personalities. Bernier and the other one is Danishman Khan. Bernier also was very fascinated by diamonds. So he gave us a history of diamond trade also, Bernier and Trevenier both were fascinated by the diamond trade of Gujarat, and they wrote about it quite a lot. Thereafter, we've discussed Batuta. He is 1348, so again Delhi Sultanate period. Conti, Razak. Conti is Devrai 1. This is Devrai 2. Nikitin is a very interesting person. Nikitin is a Russian. He is believed that he came to India with a horse, thinking that there's no horse trade in India. He landed in the Bahmani kingdom under Muhammad III. And ironically, as soon as he landed in India, he got robbed of that horse. And most of his account is about how he got the horse back. And in that account, it shows that how he went from one ruler to the other, one officer to the other, and he got audience in front of Muhammad III. And though his horse was not found, he was given a horse back and sent back to Russia. He will multiple times come between the 1470 to 74 period. But he talks about Bahmani rule and Bahmani administration quite a lot. Then we have Pius, Portuguese. We've discussed him already. I showed you an excerpt of how he was talking about the water tanks of the Vijayanagara Empire. Hawkins Row. Hawkins, the most important, because he will be able to break through to Jahangir. And Row, the most important, because he will be able to get, he will be, when he comes 1613 Farman were already there. 1615 Farman will be given to Thomas Row. And another Peter Mundi came, which is the English one, but the Italian one gave a very interesting account of the people of the Mughal Empire. This is basically all about foreign travelers. You don't have to die over it. You don't have to learn each and every text. I've given you the chronology here itself. So yes, ship hectare, yes, same Hawkins. You just have to remember these basic points. These basic points is what you have to remember. And if we are clear about what is the value and you know these basic names, your work is already done. The Peter Mundi both come in the same period only. The Englishman also comes in the same period, 1600, 1667. He also comes just 35 years again, plus minus 30 years. Right? If this is clear, I give you a breather, 5 minutes, and then we go into the biggest and the most painful discussion, which is literature, because I have to tell you what to do with it. A lot to be taught here. I need you to be fresh. Can I give you a breather here? And then we can just consolidate everything. Yes? Because after literature, all topics are small. Why Europeans struggled? Most of these people came during this period through the maritime route. But the fact is, with the Mughal rule becoming more and more, the maritime route became more and more hard to, because these travelers were not disseminating the information forward. So they knew, and most of the travelers in Mughal India came through land route also. Okay. Table is enough. NCRT slide. This is the NCRT slide. You just consolidate on this. Okay. We come back at what? 7. And we'll then now take the next break once we're done with literature. 7, 7, 2. Okay. All set? Should historical artifacts be repatriated to their country of origin or acceptable? Now, Prince, it's a contagious issue. If British is going to give everything back from their museum, nothing will be left. So, yes, they should, but they will never. Okay, now comes literature. This is an area which a lot of students basically chase because they look at a question and they're like, okay, I have to study this also. I have to study this also. I have to study this also. And they make their task very difficult. Till this point, every question which has come in the examination, one text or two texts used to be standard text, and the others used to be obscure. So the problem is that you can remember the standard, but you can't remember the obscure. Because even if I open Nitin Singhania's chapter, there is, if you go to any random source, you will get 90 to 100 different texts. That is not exhaustive for any period. I have discussed text with you previously also, Maurya and Gupta, that I will just show you, I will not discuss. But the first thing which we have to discuss here is what is going to be called Shruti tradition and Smriti tradition. And thereafter, medieval texts, what to do with them generally. Buddhism, Jainism, I also have the list of texts here. We'll see how to go about it in that context also. So, there are two texts, there are two words which are used. One is called Shruti and the other one is called Smriti. Now, the Vedas and its subsidiary books are the only Shruti tradition. Every other tradition of books is Smriti. Now, what do I mean by Shruti and Smriti? How does the idea come? Now, the Shruti text basically, they are learnt by Brahmins, but every person listens to it but don't need to learn. As I will be doing it in literature, you just listen to it, don't learn it. It is the job of the Brahmin to learn it and disseminate it to his family. As a lay person, as a random person, I will just listen to the Vedas and that is it. Nothing more, nothing less. On the other hand, Smriti is the one to be heard and remembered. So, for example, Dharma Shastras, Puranas, etc. What I mean by this is that has to be heard and it's canonical. In a sense, you cannot challenge it. It is an unquestionable truth, and the whole Vedic corpus, it is called the Vedic corpus, is Shruti. Smriti is, as Smriti means, is to be remembered and may change over time. And the books which came after the Vedas are called Smriti. Basically, Shruti is one which only the Brahmins remember. You don't challenge it. You don't remember it. You don't have the privilege of remembering it. Smriti is something which you remember and generally you have heard it over a period of time. So, literature wise, there's two divisions: Shruti, Smriti. Shruti, to be heard, not remembered. Smriti, to be heard and also remembered. Here you can interpret it yourself. Here you don't have the right to interpret. So in the exam, if they give you any list, consider the following. Which of the following is Shruti, Smriti? Just go with it that every Vedic text is Shruti. I'll tell you what are the Vedic texts in that regard. And the other are called Smriti. This is the first thing. Now, if we go to the Shruti tradition itself, this makes sense to you? Shruti and Smriti. Shruti to be heard, not remembered. Smriti to be heard and then remembered. Okay, now. Now, when we talk about the Vedas, there are 4 Vedas. And there's a very interesting way of learning them, or hearing them or referring to them. One is called Rig, Sam, Yajur, Atharv. For a very long time, Atharvaved was not considered a Veda, but later traditions will start to add it to the Vedic corpus also. Now, Rig Ved is basically the hymns. Is the hymns, or what we call as shloks. Shloks. And this is only the shlok. This is just the mantra. Now, Yajur and Sam are quite interesting. This tells you how to recite or sing the hymn or shlok. And Yajur tells you which mantras or hymns of Rig Veda are relevant for a certain sacrifice. For a certain sacrifice. Atharv does not fit in this like this. This is called the book of later traditions, popular belief, and philosophy. Now, according to this, you will first pick up which Veda, Rig, Sam, or Yajur? I will not pick up Rig Ved. I will pick up Yajur Ved. I have, for example, I have to get the Soma sacrifice done. Basically, Yajur is like the menu. I have to get the Soma sacrifice done, the sacrifice for the sun. So I will first open Yajur. Yajur, there will be subsection Soma sacrifice. And it will tell me which chapter in the Rig Ved to read. Then, once I've identified the Rig Veda shloks, then I will open Samved and check how to read those shloks itself. Basically, Yajur is like a catalog. The Rig Veda is like the genre. Sam is the song. That is why it's called the book of music. Yajur is the contents page. Rig Veda is the chapter. Sam is the way you read that chapter. So you read first Yajur, then you read Rig, then you read Sam. That way you will never forget how they actually work with each other. Because You pick up this first, then you pick up this first, then this. Because this tells you which area to read, this tells you what is the shlok, and this tells you what is the way to sing that shlok. Now, these are called the four main books. They are called the four main books. There are also four subsidiary books. There are four subsidiary books. And out of these four, two are called Samhita and Brahmanas. See, Samhita and Brahmana are attached to each book. And basically Samhita is called the further subcategorization into chapters, and Brahmanas give you the logic of the chapter, logic of division. And that is why in the Nitin Singhania will find something like this. That Rig Veda has Brahmana, the two Brahmanas attached. Sam Veda has two Brahmanas attached. Yadur Veda has two Brahmana. There are three Brahmanas attached. Don't learn this. But if there is a Brahmana, there will be a Samhita also. Samhita and Brahman are nothing but subtopics. The Rig Veda is a whole book. It will have a Samhita and a Brahmana attached to it. Brahmana will tell you why some Rig Veda has been divided into a certain way. And Samhita will have the further chapterization of Rig Veda. Because Rig Veda is shlok after shlok after shlok after shlok. But every shlok needs to have a logic. Why is that shlok there? Where it has to be, why it is there. So Samhita and Brahmanas are basically attached to each and every Veda with the idea that it will give us further understanding. It will give us further understanding. So every Ved has a Samhita and a Brahmana. So if you think of it like a book, that it is a book which is a Rig Veda. The chapterization is Samhita, and the book, the reason why we've chapterized it in that way is the Brahmana. Again, don't have to learn this, just have to understand that these are two texts which are attached to it. Nobody is asking you to explain it to it. Just write subsidiary books. Then there are two more books which are there. One is called Aranyaka. Aranyaka. And the last is called the Upanishad or Vedant. Aranyaka is the book which is attached to the Rig Veda, which is basically the knowledge gathered by people who went to the jungle to meditate and contemplate. Basically, this is called the Jungle Book, or book which has the knowledge of sannyasis who went into the jungle and came back with meditative new knowledge. And last book is the Upanishad, which is called the philosophy of the Vedas. See, basically Rig Veda, Sam Veda, Yadur Veda, they are just text explaining each other. Upanishads tell you what is the idea behind Vedic knowledge. So it's basically like a commentary. So if you go by this, collection of hymns, sacrificial prayers, prescribes rituals for different sacrifices. The Advarus are the ones who wrote this book. Samved tells you how to rhythmically sing the Rig Veda. The Soma sacrifice, as sung by the Udgatris, are mentioned here. And the collection of popular beliefs, superstitions, magical spell of the folklore, earlier not part of the Vedas, later considered important. And the book Atharvaved has an Upanishad attached to it, the Mundaka. Why is Mundaka Upanishad so important? Why is Mundaka Upanishad so important? Yes. Satyameva Jayate. Satya taken from this. Then subdivision. Samhitas are containing mantras and benedictions without meaning and sound. Brahmanas are symbolism and meaning of Samhitas, why they are in that sector. Scientific knowledge such as astronomy, geometry, architecture, all are mentioned here. And some Brahmanas even have philosophical material. The Aranyakas are the forest books containing the philosophical elements written by or given by the people who went to meditate in the forests. And the Upanishads is the philosophical speculation, and it is basically discussion between a teacher and a pupil. It's called Vedant because it's the last book of the Ved itself, Vedoka and Vedant. Now, till this point, this is the easiest part of this discussion because this is logical, wherein if somebody asks you what is the Vedic corpus, Vedic corpus is these four books together. Anybody has any issue in this? Again, don't have to do a thesis, just have to understand it basic. No issues? Okay. Now comes the painful part, which is Buddhist texts. Which is Buddhist texts. Now, I have already discussed most of the Buddhist texts with you. But what I will do is I'll mark the ones which are important and you have to learn them. You have to learn them. Now, we already know that there are three very important books of, or what are called the Pitikas, the three canonical, or rather, three rule books. Pitikas. This is basically the Quran or the Bible of Buddhism. Sutta, Vinay, and Abhidhamma. This is the knowledge. This is the rules. And this is the philosophy. We already discussed how they developed over the four councils itself. And we have Pali, Chinese, Tibetan versions of Tipitaka. And the oldest Tipitaka we've ever seen is the Pali Tipitaka of the Theravada school, which we already know, the oldest school itself. So the most earliest version of the Tipitaka, we see it in the Pali Tipitaka. Now, Sutta Vinaya Abhidhamma is easy. Within the Sutta, we find a lot of the knowledge which Buddha gave, which is the concept of Ashtang Marg. Vinaya Pitak is the rule book for monks over which the whole controversy emerged. And within Vinaya Pitak, now please pay attention. I'll use a heavier pen to point it out. The Patimokha in the Vinaya Pitak is a list of things which you can't do as a monk. So list of things which you can't do as a monk. Abhidhamma, as we know already, is nothing but the philosophical interpretation of the Sutta Pitaka. Now, the Jatakas, which is the stories of Buddha's previous birth, these are basically stories to tell you how and why Buddhism developed, what are the Buddhist moral values. They are a very interesting set of texts which have a specific book, and that is called the Kundaka Nikaya. This is a book within the Jatakas itself. And why the Kundaka Nikaya is important? Because the Theragatha and the Therigatha, along with the Dhammapada, are actually mentioned into it. Dhammapada is nothing but the collection of verses in ethical sense. But Theragatha, Therigatha is very, very important, specifically Therigatha, because this is the text of poems written by women saints about their experience of Buddhism. So, Therigatha, Theragatha are saints and nuns of the Buddhist Council writing about their experience of renunciation and Buddhism. There are two texts which you have to remember irrespective of anything. Thereafter, Deepavamsa, Mahavamsa, Milindapana. Have I discussed this previously with you? These three texts. Do you know these three texts previously? Yes. Deepavamsa, Mahavamsa we discussed in the context of Mauryas. Milindapana is the story of Nagasena, a monk, talking to Menander, an Indo-Greek king. And this is called the Questions of Milinda or the Questions of Menander. This is a text which came this year in the examination. Straightforward. It said Nagarjuna, it had to be Nagasena. So, Deepavamsa, Mahavamsa, I really don't care. If you want to read, it will tell you that how Buddhism spread through Sri Lanka, how the reign of King Vijaya, the Buddhism went further, referring to the Mauryas itself. We don't care. Thereafter, we have Mahavatsu, Lalitavatasara Sutra, Udana, Bodhivamsa, and Udana Varga. Now, in this, I'll tell you what to do. Mahavatsu, Jatakas, not important to us. This is important, which is called the Lalita Vistara Sutra. Remember, Lalita went on the Vistara flight, Lalita Vistara Sutra. This is related to the first sermon which he gave on Sarnath. This is Buddha's first sermon at Sarnath. It talks about that. Teri Gatha, Teri Gatha. Thera Gatha, Theri Gatha. Only for A and here I. Udana is the oldest Theravada Buddhist text which has been there. And it's basically the story of the blind man and the elephant. Bodhivamsa is a prose poem written in Sinhalese, Sri Lanka. And Udana Varga is containing the utterances of Buddhas and disciples. Now, what you do is, you only remember this. Udana and Lalita Vistara Sutra. I told you, it's going to be like this only. Then you have Mahavibhasa Shastra, Abhidharma Moksha, and Vidhuti Maga. Now, Mahavibhasa Shastra is basically Mahayanic philosophy, non-Buddhist philosophy is discussed, not important. Thereafter, the Abhidharma, the concept of dharma being discussed in Abhidharma Moksha. And Vidhuti Maga is talking about various teachings of Buddha. We again don't care about them. I've given it to you. What you learn is Theragatha, Therigatha, Udana, Lalita Vistara Sutra, Sutta, Vinay, Abhidhamma. Other than that, Pati Mokha. Yes. Pati Mokha. Only have to remember this much because still a lot to be remembered. Can you do that? If you can't faint whilst doing this, we'll move forward. In Tipitaka, what is Abhidhamma? Abhidhamma is the philosophy. It interprets the Sutta Pitaka and gives you the philosophy. Okay. Now comes Jain. Now the problem with Jain is one thing. Their texts look like Hindu texts. See, the sacred collection of the Jains is called Siddhant or the Agama. The problem is, if the word Patimokkha is the things which you not do as a nun or a monk. Siddhant, if you will hear, you will think, okay, it's a Hindu text. But it isn't. And because it has been written in a mixture language of Prakrit, it's called Ardhamagdi. Prakrit plus the dialects. But again, I am not going to kill you by giving you the idea to remember this itself, which is the 12 Anga, 12 Upa Anga, then 10 Parikrana, 6 Chenan. It's not worth it. But what is more interesting is their most important text is actually called the Adi Puran. Now, if I give you in this, and this came in the 2022 paper, if I write Adi Puran, you will automatically associate with which religion? Because you have been taught Puranas. So the problem is you will automatically link it with Hinduism. But it is Adi Puran is the story of Rishabhnath Adinath. And ironically, Adi Puran was written in the paper, and they wrote another second one, which is this one. Trisha Shilakshana Mahapurana, which is by Jinasena and Gundharva. This again looks like a Mahapurana. These two were straightforward given in the examination to confuse the students. If you know that Jain texts are also called Purans, the question could have been done. But you just have to remember that Adi Puran and Mahapuran with a very big word in front of it is a Jain text, not a Buddhist text, or neither a Hinduistic text. This will help you more or less in eliminating the answer. So somehow 2022 they were just checking that are you aware that there are Puranas in Jainism also? And that is it. I've basically given you 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 things to remember for here. Can you do that? 11 things. Remember that the words Puranas also refer to Jain texts, though it will never get repeated again, but that's the way it is. Now, Mauryan texts and Gupta texts we've already covered. Be it the Arthashastra, Mudrakshara, Mushakadatta, Harshcheta, Bana, we've done it in ancient India. Now, ironically, Vishakadatta again came in the examination. Exactly out of the PPT. If you look at the questions which came, I'll show you the question itself. Vishakadatta has written two texts. Here, see, Milindapana, Nagarjuna. This is incorrect. It should be Nagasena. And Devi Chandraguptam is not by Bilhana. It is by Vishakadatta. And this is basically the answer also. That only two pairs are correctly matched. Two are incorrect. So you see, UPSC is also, this 2023 paper. UPSC is also asking these questions, checking that you know the standard things or not. So be very clear that this is how questions are being asked. So Devi Chandragupta, and I will show you that Vishakhadatta J. Devi Chandragupta. Wait 1 second. You see, you have Mudraksha Vishakhadatta, Harshcharita Bana. Then I already told you Rastrangini Kalhan, also very important generally. Then we had the foreign accounts, Indica, Strabo, Justin Arayan, and Pliny. We already discussed Fahian and Itzing. Mahavamsa, Deepavamsa we just referred to. And Divvedana is a Tibetan text about that. Yes, I know that fourth pair is not completely there, but that is not the point of that question. So Amit, I know. Now, Kalidas, we've already discussed, and I also showed you one question in which straight away Malvika Agnimitra was asked in the examination. Thereafter, Vishnu Musharma is Panchtantra. This is again told to you previously. Amar Singha is Amar Kosha, which is Sanskrit. And we have to now discuss this part in the story of what we call as science and technology. Now comes the painful part, which is medieval India. Can I discuss medieval India? Ancient India has already been covered with you. I've just added 11 more to it. Okay. Now in medieval India, there are text after text after text after text, and you can't do anything about it. But there are some people you need to know irrespective of anything. For example, Il-Biruni, Al-Biruni, whatever you want to call him, is somebody you have to know, which is Kitab ul Hind. But UPSC will ask this from time to time. They give one question like this. It's a troubling question. Can't do anything about it. You're helpless if you don't know this. There's nobody who can actually manage it. You can learn texts, but you cannot learn all of them. It's not worth it. Even if you open up Nitin Singhania, you will look at that chapter and leave it. So my basic understanding is, why waste time? Now, the best thing which you can do is know the standard ones. If they're there, okay. Don't get a negative in this type of question. You don't have to prove to UPSC that I know every Buddhist text. You'll not prove anything to anybody. You'll fail the examination more than that. Because the more Buddhist text you will learn, the less you will learn other art and culture things. So input, output, not worth it, but we have to go through it so that at least some names you automatically know. Now, as I said, Al-Baruni or El-Baruni you need to know, which is Kitabul Hind. Then there's a person called Barni. Ziauddin Barni. Remember, he's not Al-Baruni, he's a different person. And he wrote a text called Tarikh-e-Firozshahi. Now, the story of this person is also like Ibn Battuta. He was a very, very, very beloved of Ghiyasuddin Tughlaq and Muhammad bin Tughlaq. But Firoz Shah Tughlaq hated Ziauddin Barni. And that is why in the jail he wrote Tarikh-e-Firozshahi, naming it after Firoz Shah so as to appease him. Then obviously you have to know the name of the disciple of Nizamuddin Aulia. Who's that disciple of Nizamuddin Aulia? Cannot ignore him. Come on. The parrot of India. Not Ghiyasuddin. We discussed him in music. Amir Khusro. Again, very important personality. Thereafter, you again need to know two names, very important. These are basically Delhi Sultanate. These are Delhi Sultanate. In Mughal India, too many facts. Sar Dard kar raha hai, I already told you. Why too many facts? Because it's literature. So don't tell me the obvious things. Mughal India, there are two people who are very, very important. First is Abul Fazl and his brother Faizi. Abul Fazl wrote Akbarnama. And another person called Badauni. Badauni. He also wrote Akbarnama. Now the difference between these two Akbarnama is Abul Fazl was the favorite of Akbar, got 1500 mansab. Badauni got 500. So if Abul Fazl says west, he says east. If he says Akbar had money, Badauni says Akbar had no money. Badauni's Akbarnama is a critical account of Akbar's reign. And that is quite interesting because then we get an alternative picture to Abul Fazl. So Abul Fazl praises, Badauni criticizes. Yes, the same Abul Fazl who will get beheaded by Jahangir later. You have to remember this irrespective of anything. Who is correct, nobody knows. Most probably Abul Fazl. Badauni was too vindictive. You have to remember these names irrespective of anything. Other areas I'll tell you what to remember. Now you see here, we've talked about Kitabul Hind and Al-Baruni already. Now you see here, Minasus Siraj, Tabakat Nasiri, Ziauddin Barni, Tariq Firoshahi, and this was the story of the early period of the Delhi Sultanate. This is political history. Amir Khusro wrote the following texts, which talk about Keykubat, Jalaluddin Khilji, and till the rise of Tughlaqs. Now, again, the names are difficult. You just have to look at them from time to time. I'm not asking you to go through each one of them and learn it. But Amir Khusro text should be known, will help you in elimination. Thereafter, a very interesting coincidence. See, this is why you have to learn it. Ziauddin Barni and Afif both wrote Tariq-e-Firoshahi. The terms are different, the authors are different, but in the examination, this is where UPSC asks questions from. They will write Tariq-e-Firoshahi and not give Ziauddin Barni as the option only. So remember, it is Afif who also wrote the Tughlaq history, which is Tariq-e-Firoshahi. Thereafter, under the Mughals, Babur wrote his own autobiography, which is the Babarnama or Tuzuk-e-Babari. But you now need to know this. Who wrote the biography of Humayun? Not himself, but his sister. Gulbadan Begum wrote, the sister of Humayun, wrote the story of Humayun itself. Thereafter comes the interesting Abdul Qadir Badauni and Abul Fazl. 3 volumes he wrote. Last is called Ain Akbari. This is where we get to know about Mughal history and Mughal administration so much. But both of them are exactly opposite to each other. Then the ones I'm circling are important. Then again, something where UPSC can ask a question. Padshahnama of Shah Jahan's reign. Lahori also wrote it and Waris also wrote it. Then again, you can see here Shah Jahan Nama, 2 people, Inayat Khan and Muhammad Shahil. But again, I will say that you can at least remember Padsha Nama. Thereafter, the only one I want you to remember from Aurangzeb is Ishwar Das, Futute Alamgiri. He is a Hindu who writes the history of Aurangzeb's reign. Important for your examination generally. Now, I know the expression on your face quite well. You're questioning your decision to get up today. So I know that. Don't worry. The basic point is, let's take a break here. Let's come back at 8 and then forget literature. Stay away from it. Only do it after you've covered everything. We will now do science and technology. Once we're done with that, we will go to current affairs. Science and technology, handicraft, small discussion, 15-20 minutes. Are we clear? I know you regret starting art and culture. This is why I always do it in the last class, because most of the people give up in between, only dum tod denge that no, we can't learn so much. I'm not asking you to do that. I'm just telling you the tricks where to learn what, where to learn what, and if you can do that, your work is done. Can we take a break, come back into science and technology? The pain is over. Now it is rather easy. Done? Great. Perfect. So we'll come back at 8 p.m. or rather 8 a.m. rather, and we'll take the story forward. Kamlesh, Sangam literature I've already discussed in the Sangam chapter of ancient. If you are there, if you've not seen it, the PPT has it. See you. Welcome back. Okay. Kishan, as it is, I think from tomorrow I don't control. But as it is, we start by 6:10ish in that sense. Chiefdom means ruled by a chief, Rajan, tribal polity. Okay. Now, 2, 3 simple, straightforward topics. First is science and technology. Once we're done with this, we move to these metal craft and all, which was left. Again, terms which you need to know. Other than that, thread work we've already done previously. And then our story generally is complete with regards to the major static topics. We'll then go into current affairs. Then we'll go into current affairs and do the mains question. So, last major topic left is basically science and technology. Rama, I have not seen what you are. Uh, Rama, you email me. We'll get it sorted. Don't worry. I can't see your issue, but you email me about it. We'll get it sorted. Okay. Okay. Monthly schedule. I don't know what is the next topic. I have no idea what you will cover next topic. Yes. Okay. Science and technology. Internal security and CSAT. Sachin is saying some of you will go into internal security. Some of you will go into that. Already my concern. Okay, Rama, if that is the case, I would have forwarded to the team. I'll check what is the status of that. Don't worry. Kishan, tell him in the first class. Maybe he'll be considerate. Some of you will go into CSAT, some of you will go into internal security. Some of you have already done internal security. Some of you would do CSAT. It's standard. 2, 3 batches going to CSAT, 1, 2 batches going to internal security. Okay, last 1.5 hour. Last 1.5 hour. Science and technology. Now, these Europeans claim that they're a modern civilization. They're the most powerful civilization. There is an idea that they are the best. They know everything. But these fools actually did not understand that it took them 800-900 years, and only in 14th century or 13th century they were able to figure out what our scholars and our scientists had already figured out, which is, for example, for a very long time between 10th to 15th century, until some of the Americans, dumb Americans, still think that the earth is flat. But it was Aryabhatta who in 6th, 7th century AD or CE, he had already decided, or he had already understood how the earth was round, and he had even calculated the circumference of it. So simple point is, when we talk about science and technology in ancient India was very, very, very sophisticated, and something which we don't even talk about in modern sciences in that sense. So the simple point is that these Europeans, they think they are modern, but they have no idea about anything generally. And the number system which they use was given by us. Zero which they use is given by us, and without zero there can be no computing. So to be very honest and to be very clear, the European myth of civilizational superiority is based on hollow notions of a lot of things. Now, mathematics is the first thing we were good at. And as early as in the Vedic text itself, we have reference to a word which is called Ganit. Ganit referred to 2 to 3 things during in this text. First is that we had started to develop at this point of time. We used to, in descriptions, we used to describe geometry. Why did we describe geometry? Because, see, in our Vedic text, it used to tell you how to make the Havan Kund, or what is called as the fire altar. And it used to say that you make it, for example, in a square form, you make it in a circular form, you make it in a star pattern. Now, by describing them in a new type of understanding, they were already talking about geometry, though they talked about what is called as anguli. This is called anguli. This is their measurement of length. They used to say go 2 anguli, then then 2 anguli up, 2 anguli across. This is today also a measurement which a lot of your mothers, your grandparents will use. That this is your hand, called hand span. Hand span is called anguli, and basically they used to give us an idea on how rekha ganit, which is certain types of geometries, can be made in hand span itself. What we also see is that the Sulva Sutra and the Satpat Brahman, these are two texts which are properly talking about geometry and Rekha Ganit and the measurement concept itself. And Aryabhatta has been credited to be the one who basically figured out the area of the triangle, and is the father of trigonometry that way. Later we get this cos, sine and tan, but Aryabhatta in his text was already using something close to that. When it comes to arithmetics, now you need to know two things. Very clearly, you need to know two things. When it comes to arithmetics, zero and the number system both were discovered. Why would you say discovered? Were first developed in India and then traveled to Arabic sector, then to Europe. So in the exam, if it says that zero and number system, we are the inventors, the answer to that question is yes. But decimal system was invented in China but used properly in India for first time. India for first time. So decimal system was developed but was not something we innovated. But Indian numerals were taken by Arab merchants to the Western world, which today became 1, 2, 3, 4, was nothing but our numerals, and therefore they changed into what we today call as the idea of Roman numerals. Remember, Roman numerals is a adaptive concept of Indian numerals. What is decimal system? 0.5. This is called a decimal point. 1.5. 20.5. This 0.5 is decimal system. That 1 can be divided into 0.1, 0.2, 0.3, like that. 0, as I said, discovered in Indian subcontinent. And Brahmagupta was even doing negative numbers. And Aryabhatta in his Aryabhattiyam was doing compound fraction, simple and compound interest also. So when it comes to fractions, when it comes to compound interest, when it comes to simple interest, all things were being talked about, not in the way you understand it today, but in a different way in arithmetics itself. And in that sense, when it comes to maths, we are the innovators and the first to develop everything in this, except for decimal point. Then comes astronomy. Now, please understand there are two words: astronomy, astrology. Astronomy is the study of celestial bodies, whilst astrology is the study of movement of celestial bodies on human life. This is your Baba sitting on Aaj Tak talking to you about your Kundali. That's Jyotish astrology. Astronomy is the study of what ISRO does, the study of celestial bodies. And as early as in the Vedic period, somehow the later Vedic texts are talking about the Navagraha, the 9 planets, and they are basically nailing the planets and their names also. For example, Shani is Jupiter, Venus, Moon, Chandrama, Surya. Surya Chandrama is more common. But the fact of the matter is, the way some of the grahas match the planets is quite intuitive and quite interesting. But we are the land of astronomers and astrologers, and the most celebrated of all was Aryabhatta. Now, please remember there's a sequence. Aryabhatta, let me write it for you. 1 second. Aryabhatta, all coming in the Gupta, post-Gupta period. Then Varaha Mira. Then Brahmagupta. And last is Bhaskara. Bhaskara. These are the 4 very important, giving in their chronological sequence, 4 very important astrologers and astronomers of India. Aryabhatta, a pure astronomer, he gave the circumference of the earth. He talked about Earth's rotation on its axis, revolution of the earth around the sun. Imagine that the church had no idea, where they used to say that the earth is the center of the universe. The fact of the matter is, Aryabhatta was so ahead of his time that for centuries to come, for 1000 years, the Europeans will basically be the dumbest people on the earth to not even know that the earth is round. And the Americans, till today, there's a flat earth society. They are in a different level altogether. They are the dumbest people in the world. But the fact of the matter is, the earth was proven to be a sphere, and its revolution, rotation, and axis, everything was decided. Further, Varamir, he came up with what is called the Pancha Siddhantika, the 5 school of astronomy. And is also the one who figured out astrology out of astronomy, which is the books he wrote, which is Laghu Jataka, Brihad Jataka, and Brihad Samhita, all talking about how celestial movements impact us. He talks about moon's revolution around the earth and how nakshatras impact us. And Brahmagupta was even close to figuring out, and he used to always talk about this force of attraction, which is gravity. And last but not the least, Bhaskara, his Siddhanta Shrumani basically systematized everything before which came in this whole area. Again, nobody is asking you this. But when it came to ancient astronomy, astrology, and mathematics, we were quite advanced into it. Thereafter, if I go to medicine, we are also the land of what we call as medicine and surgery, with the Ayurvedic texts and Ayurveda talked about in the Atharva Veda itself. And you have very two important texts, what is called Charak Samhita and the Shushruta Samhita. Charak is the father of Ayurveda. Basically, it's an encyclopedia of Indian medicine based on plants and herbs. And Shushruta Samhita talks about surgery techniques. And Shushruta and Charak both were two very important, in a way you can call them doctors or scientists at this point of time. So when we talk about science and technology, be it medical sciences, be it mathematics, astronomy, astrology, we in a way believe in it and we follow it. Now, understand one point. Why Indian government education don't recognize advancements, and they recognize, you don't know it. The Ayush ministry is about this only. But there's a difference. Now understand this point. Theoretical knowledge equals to practical knowledge is not a given. Theoretical knowledge equals to practical knowledge is not a given. And therein lies the question mark. We have multiple texts, we have multiple ideas, and we have multiple advancements. However, was there practical application of it is a big question. This is the question mark area. So we have no proof of application, but we have proof of texts. How was this knowledge lost? Because over the periods, these texts were not actually, in a way, not actually preserved. It is the British who actually take out these texts. So the British Indologists are the one who actually revive these texts back. Are we clear about science and technology? Again, questions here will be vaguish. Can't expect a mains question, prelims question maximum. I've given you that much information. Okay. Now, we had previously discussed, if you remember, these very beautiful chicken curry, then after full curry and all. But there are another certain set of words which you should know, which will help you in the examination generally. Again, don't have to become a specialist of glass work or don't have to become a specialist of brass work. What you just have to make sure is that you are aware of these things. And that is why most of the area which every other teacher would leave, I do it in class, because maybe you will remember me saying that word in the examination. Most unlikeliest, but maybe that you will remember that, okay, sir said a line called dokra casting, for example. And that may help you in visualizing something further. And this could help you in eliminating something in the examination for sure. So here, when it comes to brass, alloy of copper itself, you need to know certain words. And again, the concept is word needs to be known and the state it comes from. For example, Gaja Tandava casting happens in Kerala, wherein the most beautiful Nataraja images are made in the Kerala sector under the Gajatandava casting method. Thereafter, Jain imagery from Karnataka, standard thing. Then comes the Dokra casting. Dokra casting comes from the eastern sector, Odisha and West Bengal. And this has been in the news previously also with regards to how when a prime minister is going to multiple places, he gives dokra casted utensils. And that is why this has been in the news previously. Then you have Pahaldar and Thema Bharti. Pahaldar lamps are Jaipur and Uttar Pradesh area, and Thema Bharti comes from a very specific sector of Warangal from Telangana. And till today, the most relevant for you in the examination is going to be these two. Fema Bharti known for the temples and chariots which they make out of brass, and Dokra because of being in the news generally. Thereafter, when it comes to metal works generally, now again you need to know certain words. I'm marking them. One is called Marori. Thereafter, you need to know what is called Tarkashi and Koftgiri, or what is called Damascusing. Now, Marori comes from Rajasthan, wherein it's a technique of etching into the metal itself. Etching means to do nakashi, to basically write on metal. And throughout the Marwar region, Muradabad sector, we have multiple examples of brass, metal, iron, aluminium, and now even zinc work happening. But within that, we need to talk about two. Tarkashi, which is copper and brass coming out of Rajasthan, and Damascusing. Damascusing or Koftgiri is a very interesting thing. If you've ever seen steel, you would have seen a new type of steel also, in which you have these patterns made into it. Have you seen this type of steel? That it looks like that there is a pattern inside the steel. This is called Damascusing. Damascusing, basically, what happens is that rather than making steel out of just one piece, you take multiple sheets of steel and press them together, thereby creating these beautiful patterns. It's called Damascusing, which is called Koftgiri. Happens quite a lot in the Jaipur Alwar sector. The fact is, Damascusing is a known concept across the world, but Koftgiri is very specific to the Alwar and Jaipur sector in Rajasthan. Thereafter, if we go to the leather industry, again you have another set of words. Mojaris, Kohlapuri, which everybody owns for sure, Punjabi Juti, and Manoti. Now from again Rajasthan, and this is quite, if in the examination you have to guess something for an industry when it comes to handwork, Rajasthan is going to be the best guess you will give. Yes, Koftgiri got GI tag this year. Yes, Srihari. Yes. Now, Mojaris comes from Jaipur, Jodhpur sector, and Kanpur and Maharashtra, Kolhapur is known for its chappals. Kolhapuri chappals till today is considered the most sought after ethnic footwear you can buy. But a very interesting thing is what are called Manoti and Punjabi jutis. You would have seen this type of juti for sure. Now has become very, very common, very, very common in marriages and all. Have you seen this type of jutis? This is called a Punjabi juti. And if you will buy a very expensive one, it will have Manoti art on it. Manoti art means that it will have some form of engraving or handwork on it. This is called Manoti. And Punjabi jutis, along with Manoti, is also known. Manoti is done also on camel skin shoes. That's also quite common. So, why am I telling you this thing is you just have to look for these words. If you find these words, just know the state and your work is done. Now, this ends our static area. and I can finally go to current affairs. Can I start current affairs? Now we pivot away from all of this and move towards current affairs. Now before I go to current affairs, I have done with you more or less everything which is possible, and I've tried to cover every static portion which is relevant in the class itself. Architecture, painting, sculpture are three very big areas. After that, we've been doing smaller areas throughout the past 7 classes. Before I go to current affairs and we have a discussion with current, and then we go into the mains questions. Are we all now more comfortable with art and culture? Because that is the purpose of this whole concept itself, which is idea that most of art and culture can be learned by the student. But giving a visual representation, visual memory, and either a certain type of hearing memory, sensory memory is something which I've tried to do throughout this period, wherein you have something to look at or to listen at so that you are more and more comfortable with what you see as your own culture. If we are clear about all of this, we then go into the now dynamic portion called current affairs. And here again, current affairs is a moving topic. There are certain topics which I will discuss with you, which were very important for 2022 and 2021, but did not come in the examination, but it actually still remains relevant. And now there is something which is important for 2022-23 and 23-24. So this is a mix of 2-3 topics. I have also done one more thing, which is that now every month we'll have one session on art and culture current affairs. This month is 19th December. I would request you to attend this session for sure, because this is the webinar which happens. I hope you want to know what is the webinar, 8:30 to 10:30. This we are making sure that now where art and culture becomes obscure, we have a specific session for art and culture. So this month, just 7 days after this, we will have another discussion in which in the last 1 month what has happened, I will discuss in this session. So here I'm doing more historical and longer time current affairs. But by the time you meet me till March, April, everything in current affairs, art and culture remains relevant. So for 2025, 24, 26, everything what I'm teaching you is static for you now. See, understand one thing. Webinar is in the evening. For anybody who is multi-year, 2025 to 2030 to 2050, every current affairs topic of art and culture becomes static for you. And every current affairs which you are ignoring right now will come back to you as static. So the students who are sitting there enjoying that 2025, I will only start in 2024, don't do that. Because you're wasting time. Current affairs is a moving target. If you're multi-year, you have to cover 3 years at least. Because you have more time. 1.5 to 2 years remains relevant always. So please be very clear. Every month art and culture session you have to attend. Now that you've done art and culture with me. Right now I'll do the historical one, which is the past 1.5 years. Very important one. And the G20 along with the images which have now been coming out of the Parliament building itself. Previously it was a plan. Now it has been opened. Are we clear about the modus operandi? You have to make sure that art and culture session you are there so that you can add to your repository. Perfect. Now, the first major current affairs aspect which has been developing for the past 2 years since COVID itself is called the Central Vista Redevelopment Project. Now, Delhi was developed in 1911 as the capital, and two people, Edward Lutins and Herbert Baker, were the ones who actually developed Delhi. But by 1931-32, a very interesting set of buildings were developed in this sector in New Delhi. This is called the Rashtrapati Bhavan. This is the Parliament building. This is called North Block and South Block. And this is called the Rajpath. It goes to the India Gate here. It goes to the India Gate here. Once the Ram Mandir will be inaugurated, then we'll talk about its architecture. Not right now. Projected current affairs is not current affairs. That is projected. Once it will be there, we'll talk about the basic structures in that. Now, this 3.2 kilometers in Delhi had been a very old reminiscence or a symbol of Indian colonization in a way. And in 2019, 2020, in between COVID-19, the government took up a 20,000 crore project to redevelop this whole sector. Now, in the context of COVID-19, there was a lot of criticism which happened. But in the context of how these buildings are, specifically the Parliament building, it is actually something which was needed. There has been renaming also. For example, Rajpath has now become Kartavya Path. And now under this scheme, a lot of things will change. For example, see, Rashtrapati Bhavan they're not touching. But the Prime Minister's residence, which is at what is called the 7 RCR, it was called, it will be shifted next to the Rashtrapati Bhavan. But what has been now done is that we finally have moved to the new Sansad Bhavan, which is the new parliament. And a new secretariat is developing, under which the North Block and the South Block. North Block is Home Ministry, Defense. South Block is Prime Minister's office. All of these things will be shifted to a centralized secretariat. And under the new development program, the South Block will become India up to 1857 Museum, and North Block will become India since 1857 Museum. The redevelopment of Kartavya Path is also completed now. A 87 story we think of and we know of, we don't know exactly how, but a new central secretariat is developing, after which a lot of things will also break. For example, the existing central secretariat will go away. And the problem is we have 87 to 88 ministries which are scattered across Delhi itself. We'll have one building in which every ministry will be there with modern amenities in that sense. And most of these buildings were actually not made for modern times. So it is already very, very difficult. So under the Union Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, you have the triangular shaped parliament, which we're going to talk about. Other than that, you have North Block, South Block redevelopment, 87-storied common central secretariat, and because it will be made, Nirman Bhavan, Krishi Bhavan, and Vigyan Bhavan will all be demolished, so as to create that building itself. Now, our focus turns towards something which was not available previously, which is the new Parliament building. Now, the new Parliament building is quite unique that way, because we discussed that the old Parliament building was based on the ideas of the Chausat Yogini temple Shakti cult itself. and circular buildings, and the design itself is quite Indo-Saracenic in that ways. But the new parliament building is basically a representation of new India. There has been a controversy over the emblem which was established in the center of this building on the roof, with the lions having a totally different type of representation. But what is more important to us are these two new chambers, the Lok Sabha and the Raj Sabha. The Lok Sabha and the Raj Sabha have one thing in common, which is the Ashokan Chakra in between, which is the Indian flag chakra. And in a way, the Dharma Chakra Parivartan, the Buddhist chakra, remains the most important symbol between the speaker and the chairman of the Lok Sabha and Raj Sabha. The fact is, the seating capacity has been increased and all modern amenities have been integrated. There are certain aspects to this building which unfortunately we don't have images of, but from the map which was involved, map which was installed, which also became controversial with Nepal and Bhutan, wherein the Akhand Bharat concept was there, wherein the Nepal and Bhutan were added to the Indian map. These ideas have the Indian subcontinent is shown, but because the word it only talks about India, therefore there was a lot of controversy. But it is again Nepal looking for some limelight. And more than that, I would recommend that as this session is now on, you should watch 2-3 of the sessions, generally 5-10 minutes. It will give you a very beautiful imagery of what I'm showing you here as a digital rendering in true sense. And this actually truly represents India. What is also important is that the roof has the national birds, which is peacock's feather, like what we call as understanding. And here you have again the lotus. So the simple point I'm going to tell you is that this building is important to us with bigger seating capacity, and a lot of controversy was there that we are wasting money, this and that. But the fact of the matter remains is that this was a needed project and this was developed. So very simply, the new Lok Sabha and the Raj Sabha truly represent India, and it was a needed change in that sense. Now, what we have to wait for in this is the new secretariat, what it represents, and how do these two museums come up. Again, Shreyank, if you feel like that, nobody can help that. The fact of the matter is, if you think the money was wasted, we already had an old building. Sure. It is a matter of perspective. It's a matter of perspective. Lok Sabha peacock, Raj Sabha lotus. Yes. It's a matter of perspective. It may be waste for you. It may be important for someone else. The old parliament building will be converted into a museum also. They will not destroy it. It will become a museum also. The old parliament building will be made into a museum. Okay. Up to and after 1857, because it makes sense. It's basically showing from ancient to 1857 and 1857 onwards. That's a good idea. That was 1857 till company and then after crown. Okay. Now, we move to now a favorite topic of a lot of students, which is remembering GI tags. The latest edition I will discuss on the 19th, but the last major two editions includes this major edition from Kerala, Maharashtra, Ladakh, Telangana and Assam. All of these are from Kerala. Telangana, we have one, we have Assam one, Ladakh one from Maharashtra, 9 editions. But again, I don't know what you're going to do with this information because this is a moving target. This is a moving target. Now, what is more relevant to you is this, which is what is the total number of GIs in India? 432. The old Parliament building inspired by Indo-Saracenic design and Chaucer Yogini temple, 432. And the maximum number of GIs are held by only 5 states together: Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Uttar Pradesh, Maharashtra, and Kerala. And the highest number within them is Karnataka and Tamil Nadu, which is close to 36. Then Kerala 35, Uttar Pradesh 34, Maharashtra 31. But what is even more interesting is 31 foreign origin products are GI'd in India also. So the fact is this may be relevant right now, but by the time you reach the examination, there may be a new list altogether. So your job is going to be for 2020. I've given you this as 2023-24. Any addition in 2024, you will add to this list. And anything which I'm telling you in these sessions, you keep on adding to this slide itself. Can you do that? But again, as I said, too much information to do nothing. Are we all on the same page? Yes, come on. Current affairs, come on, waiting for this for the past 9 classes. Okay, now, the next is a very interesting museum, which is coming up at a Harappan site, which is Lothal and the National Maritime Heritage Complex. Now, basically, Lothal is the oldest port we know of India. And we are developing a National Maritime Heritage Complex in which the history of maritime trade, which is oceanic trade, will be represented. But what is quite interesting in this story is that this building will have the, not right now, but when it will be developed, the tallest lighthouse in India and also in the world. So once this will be made, it will be tallest lighthouse in the world. Not in the sense of a lighthouse which is relevant, lighthouse museum. And what will be done is that different aspects of maritime history will be represented in the 14 exhibition sections which are there, from different types of boat work which used to happen, from different types of connections. This is again a very important topic, which you told projected topics are important. What kind of questions? This is all prelims oriented. All prelims oriented. Literally prelims oriented. You will get, see, these are things which come in prelims. They can ask you, where is the new maritime museum developing? Government of India is developing this. But they can ask you, where is it developing? All of this is prelims oriented. Current affairs, prelims oriented. Mains question, later maybe. Now, the question which comes out of this is, it is a good thing also, but it is going to be a risk also. It's entirely funded by India. The reason is that, why is it a bad thing to have such a big museum near Lothal? What is the risk? What is the risk involved? No foreign assistance. We can afford this ourselves. Yes, very good. The more the tourists come, the more the inflow of people, the more there's a chance that this site gets destroyed. So there is a good thing that we're developing such a big museum here. But if you open it up to random, and there's no UNESCO World Heritage tag also, it could lead to the destruction, and the originality of this site could go away. And I think you and me are very, 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 very conscious of the fact that when it comes to construction companies, they will not be very sensitive to this area as it is. So they'll start to dump things in this area which would or could destroy the very pristine terracotta bricks of this area. So it's a good thing, but again has a little bit. Dholavira got UNESCO World Heritage Tag, not Lothal. Thereafter, a very interesting article came which gives us the numismatics history of India and the first reference of something. A Hindu article and a very interesting study which happened in numismatics in a collaborative work across India was that the first Lakshmi coins which have been ever seen properly in India have been attributed to the Kushanas. This can come as a statement-based question. And Lakshmi has also been shown with the goddess of wealth of Iranic Central Asian because of the Kushana Central Asian connection at the Shosh. More than that, the Kushanas have developed or did develop Miro, Buddha, and Oisho, which is Shiva coins, which I showed you last time. But this is the Kushana coin this is called the Lakshmi series coin. But it's not that Lakshmi series coins never came back after Gori did not develop it. Vijayanagara rulers, we know that Harihara too had Brahma, Saraswati, Vishnu, Lakshmi and Shiva Parvati coins. But the most interesting discussion here is how the East India Company and the French and the Dutch used to also mint Lakshmi or what we call as Vishnu coins. At Madras Presidency, the British East India Company used to always, for a very long time, used to actually mint the three Swami Pagoda, under which you have Lord Balaji, Sri Devi and Bhudevi. And you also have the Dutch and the French minting Lord Vishnu, Kali between 1715 to 1774. This is the East India Company coin. And this is the French and the Dutch coin. The question I want to ask you is a very straightforward one, which is that who was the first to do it? Kushanas, last to do it, the colonial route. But why would the colonial powers actually do this? Why would they have Vishnu, Lord Balaji, and Shakti on their coins? Why? It's not Orientalism. Basically, this is called masking colonialism. They wanted to show to the people that they were not something new in the Indian subcontinent. So basically, British East India Company and the French and the Dutch initially will issue these coins as a form of showing continuity. It's an illusion of continuity that way, yes, which is that we are like the old rulers. This is what the British did well. If you've been with me in modern India, you would know that the first 50-60 years till 1772, the British had a very simple straightforward point that let us not reveal our true character and true ideas. And therefore these coins in that sense become very interesting because they represent something coming back after the Vijayanagara period, whole Mughal period, thereafter it comes back. Yes, yes, after Farrukhsiyar gave them the right to mint coins. Yes. Now we move to something which has been in the news quite recently with a lot of memes and a lot of videos also coming out with the Italian Prime Minister, which is Prime Minister Narendra Modi in the last G20 summit, not our own, but the Indonesian one, where he got the presidentship, he gave a lot of things to a lot of people. But till this point, UPSC has not asked a question. But remains relevant. And these things can come in the examination very easily, straightforward. The first thing is, what was in focus was this is called Kangra painting. Coming from Himachal Pradesh itself, this was given to the US Prime Minister. Don't have to worry about who got it. Thereafter, everything else was given from the Gujarat state. For example, Rishi Sunak got, this is called Mata Di Pachedi. Very beautiful textile form in which they make this representation. And in Gujarat itself, from a place called the Chota Udaipur. No, this is Gujarat generally. Pithora is Chota Udaipur. Mata Di Pachedi is a textile which takes directly from the Shakti area, Shakti concept itself. And then he gave to Australian leader what's called Pithora. This is called Pithora. Pithora art. Pithora art again has a very interesting reminiscence of what we call as early tribal plus what we call as petroglyphs or cave art. And very interestingly, these things were covered very, very specifically with a lot of detail. Thereafter, to Germany, Singapore, and France, he gave these bowls. These are called agate bowls. This again comes from a specific type of making process. This is not the year we hosted. Obviously, this is the year we got the presidency. But the most discussed and most talked about was the Patan Patola given to Giorgia Meloni, which is Patan Patola comes from the northern Gujarat sector, and the Patola women and Patola scarf itself is only made by one family, the Salvi family in North Gujarat. It comes as a form of what is called as Bandhani ideas, and this is basically a very important form which only survives with one family in whole of India. If they stop doing it, there's no other family doing it. So now what you have to do is basically you need to know the states. As I told you, except for Himachal Pradesh, Kangra art, Mata Di Pachedi, all of this is from Gujarat. Patan Patola is very, very expensive, obviously. Perfect, Sayadri. Are we clear about this? Again, something which was in the news, had not been asked in the past 6 months. Was expected for 2023, did not come. Thereafter, there's also one more award which Telangana got, but there was no coverage in a lot of the magazines and a lot of the texts, which is Telangana getting a UNESCO Heritage Award for conservation. This is an award which basically recognizes good conservation practices. And in this, two areas were again in focus. One are called the Baulis of the Qutub Shahi tombs in Hyderabad, in the Golconda Fort itself. And the other one is called the Domakonda Fort. Now, why am I telling you this? Because you need to know these two more specifically. These two are very important reminiscence of medieval architecture in this area, specifically this Bauli, which was developed for the Golconda Fort itself, made by the Qutub Shahis. This Bauli had gone out of what we call as a use and was destroyed more or less. The Aga Khan Trust and the Government of India together have developed this, redeveloped this again. And the second one is Dome Kunda Fort, which again has this very beautiful archway, which is very reminiscent of how the Mughals used to make it. Stucco and high walls, something again we see in the Agra Fort. So in the exam, again, you have to be very clear, Domkonda Fort and the Qutub Shahi Baulis, both in Telangana, and have got the UNESCO Heritage Award for conservation. They've been conserved quite well. Then we have also the discussion of something I discussed with you previously, but have now some pictures for you, which is the opposite of petroglyphs, which is called geoglyphs. So in Maharashtra, there's a refinery coming up in Ratnagiri, and the Ratnagiri refinery, oil refinery, is very close to these geoglyphs. Now, this is a geoglyph. What is a petroglyph? Petroglyph is when you paint. When you paint on walls, it's called petroglyphs. Now, this is called a geoglyph. You can see how indentations have been made on the rock itself. It's like doing nakashi on rock. But the irony is that these geoglyphs have not been made right now. They are close to 1 million years ago. Upper Paleolithic, Mesolithic period, we attribute these geoglyphs to. Now, this is endangered, and this brings into the focus what is a geoglyph. If aberrations, carving, and incisions are made on a rock surface, it is called geoglyph. They were created in the laterite plateau or the plateau area of Sada in Maharashtra and known as Sada in Marathi. And the fact of the matter is, they are a example of what we call as a era gone by. But if something happens to this through the refinery project, it would literally be a loss of a major heritage. So the one aspect is the conservation. The other aspect is it becomes into focus. Ratnagiri geoglyphs. In the examination, can expect a statement-based question in which they're asking you difference between petroglyph and geoglyph. These are big. Some of them are big. They can be as big as 2 to 3, sometimes 5, 5, 6, 6, and 10, 10 feet big. They're big. They're big. Now, finally, we come to the G20 summit, which happened in Delhi. And the G20 summit, which happened in Delhi, brought a lot of things into the focus. Because a lot of our culture was in front of the world at that point of time. From Fulkari, chicken curry, and Zardozi being represented in the cultural corridor of the G20 Digital Museum. A lot of these dignitaries got these very beautiful packages in which we gave them these important heritages. But there were 3 things which are, or 4 things which are very, very important for you. One is the Bharat Mandapam, which is based on the ideas of Mandap, and the Nataraja statue, which was there in front of it itself. Thereafter, we have 2 more very interesting things. The image of Nalanda University and the other image of the Konark Chakra, the Sun Temple Konark. And therefore, it becomes quite interesting to see how modern and the ancient came together. This Nataraja and the way this mandap has been made. Basically, this is a circular disc which is on these very big pillars. Representing, this is Bharat Mandapa, representing the concept of how temples have mandaps. This is the congregation hall. This is the congregation hall. And the Nataraja image was made by the same type of style which is in the Chola style. The Chola style. Was this made for G20? This is basically Pragati Maidan, but it is now there, but was specifically made with the timeline thinking about G20. But what is more interesting is these two. The Sun Temple Konark wheel and the Nalanda University image. If you remember, I showed you the Nalanda University image which was used, and the Sun Temple Konark chariot wheel were the two focuses of the way where Prime Minister Modi actually met with a lot of dignitaries. That ways, these two areas become quite important and interesting for our India. Yes, this is the mandapam of the Dravida style mandapam. So very simply, we've already talked about Nalanda. Nalanda, we talked about Kumar Gupta, Mahayanik, and Sun Temple Konark as a very important representation of the Nagara style itself. So G20 brought all of these things into focus, from a brass statue of Buddha sitting in the Bodhi tree to diverse music, Hindustani folk, Carnatic devotional, and Thanjavur painting and Dokrak art. All of these things were in the news. The simple point is all of this is historical current affairs. Our target is 2024. So our target keeps on moving. For now, I want you to remember all of this, what I've discussed with you, the concept of Madhava Pichedi and all, the second G20, third the Central Vista Committee, Central Vista Redevelopment Program, and the Ratnagiri and the what we call as Domokonda Fort and Qutub Shahi Baulis. If you can, we'll then talk about the mains questions, and we can then end our journey with regards to art and culture. Yes, I will keep on meeting you in different capacities every month till March, April, and you will keep on adding. This is your part, and you have to. Yes, it's Odisha School Nagara. That is your part, and you have to promise me that you will do it. You will religiously keep on adding and going forward. You'll do that? Promise? Okay. Now, finally, for the people who used to look at this book with a lot of disbelief, is this fear of this man gone? Because I have literally tried to systematically cover this book as much as possible in 10 classes. There are certain areas which are still too heavy for this area. 4 chapters I'm asking you to read. If you don't have the book, don't worry. You go through it through the PPT. But next time when you pick up Nitin Singhania, I hope you will not think, what am I doing here? And art and culture will be your strong point rather than your weak point. Yes? Perfect. Now let's do certain questions. In which of the following regions was Dhanyakantaka, which flourished as a prominent Buddhist center, under the Mahasangika, located? If the book is not with you, Vanshika, beautiful, nothing better. Use the PPT, that is even better. You are immune to the ideas of this book itself. The chapters would be law and culture, foreign travelers, Buddhism, Jainism, and science and technology. IBC people knew about horse. Use horse and know about horse is more or less same thing for this. We can't ascertain that. They used horses, that is why they know about horses. 34, 25, 16, 25, proper distribution. This word you will find in my Satavahana chapter under capitals. If you know the capital of the Satavahanas was Dhanyakantaka, we would then know that it is not Gandhara because that is northwestern, not Kalinga because that is Odisha, not Magad because that is north. Andhra, Deccan sector. I encourage you to go and look at the PPT of Satvanas. Direct question from there. 4 capitals, Dhanakantaka is there. Okay. This is one question I want to do. Ha. With reference to ancient South India, Korkai, Pompuar, Muchiri were known as. If this has been done 24 hours with you, 24 hours before. Mahasangika means that after the first split, which is second council after first split. Everybody has to get this correct. We have done it 24 hours ago. Korkai, Mujirish, Muchiri, Pompuar, Puhar, I showed you port cities. In Vijayanagara chapter of medieval India, I have given you a map. Please do go through it from time to time, will help you generally. Now this question. With reference to ancient India, consider the following statements. It's 2023 papers. The concept of stupa is Buddhist in origin. The stupa was generally a repository of relic. The stupa was a votive and commemorative structure in Buddhist tradition. Now, this question basically has two answers. Let's see what you go with. There can be 2 answers to it. And now the official answer key will tell us. Actually, the official answer key will tell us. Votive means in a way of expression. Expression propagative. There are 36% people are also not wrong. This is the problem. See, this is correct. Has mostly, generally has repository. Yes, it has the advertisement purpose and commemorative. Now the point is this statement is now on how you interpret it. The concept of stupa is not original to Buddhism because the concept of mounts are even related to the Vedic period. You have Jainism also burial mounts. Megaliths is also based on this. But the idea of stupa and the way it is interpreted or it is implemented is also specific to Buddhism. So the answer can be either. Now we have to see what UPSC goes with. Once the interviews are over, once the interview is over, then only you will get the answer key. And we will get to know what the basic idea was. Once the whole cycle happens, then you get the answer key. Then we've done this question already. We've done this question. Very beautiful question. Souls are not only the property of animal and plant life, not also, but also of rocks, running water, many other natural objects not looked as living by other religions. Which religion thinks like this? If people are going to get this incorrect, then you really need to go back and revise your ancient India. Stupa's implementation is very specific to Buddhism, but the idea itself. Now, what do they mean by concept is something which is there. Gayatri. Everything has a soul. Jainism. Everything has a soul. Jainism. That is why they don't eat anything, they don't do anything. Everything. Easy question. Easiest question as that has ever come. That's why they wear a mask, they keep a broom. The whole idea is this only. This we've done. This you would have. This you would know. It's a modern India question. This I've also done with you, Devra one. This is again modern India. Modern India. This again modern. Okay. Now let's come to mains question. Soul, only Buddhism. Can we discuss mains questions? Okay. But Jain monks eat one more sense follower, two senses, but it says soul idea, Jainism, आंख बंद करके लगा दो बस. Okay. Now, this was a question which came in 2022. 2023 questions were actually not art and culture questions, but we discussed it in the first class itself. It says discuss the. Now you see the question type. The whole point of this discussion is to you not to solve this question, is to understand how UPSC is thinking. It says discuss the main contributions of Gupta period and Chola period to Indian heritage and culture. Now do you get it? Why did I do every topic in a way of continuity and thematic? Because UPSC has now made this point to ask you the contribution of a period. Now, what you actually have to do is very simply go through every theme looking for this period. So, in the introduction, we will write, one second. In the introduction, we will write, for example, the contribution of the Gupta period and Chola period we have to write. So, we'll talk about the political context. Chola means Imperial Chola. Yes, obviously Imperial Chola. But now, even if Shoaib, you are getting confused here, problem. It's a problem if you're getting confused over this. It is not if it says nothing called, it does not say Sangam Chola or Sangam period, then it means Imperial Chola only. As it is, there is no contribution of that early period to anything. So the introduction is going to be the historical context, which is you will write that the Chola and the Guptas both represent two very important high points in ancient and early medieval. And the Gupta rulers and the Chola rulers were known for their power and grandeur. Thereafter, in the body, you have to divide them into two. Which will come first, Gupta or Chola? Which will come first? Gupta. Come on, yaar. Abhi you're writing Chola. Gupta. Imperial Gupta is Imperial Gupta's is 3rd to 5th century. Chola's is 8th to 11th century. You are again mixing up Chola. It is not asking you to write about Sangam period. If it does not say Sangam, it does not mean Chola means Imperial Chola. That is the standard thing which most of the students do. They don't understand the question only. Gupta. What are the contributions of Gupta to Indian heritage and structure and culture? You will go through architecture and talk about temple architecture. Then you go through sculpture and talk about Gupta school. Then you go through literature and talk about Kalidasa and the Golden Age. Then you talk about astronomy and astrology, which is related to, again, the Navratans of the Guptas. From coinage to Puranic Hinduism to representation, everything is Gupta. What is the contribution of Chola? Chola again take Dravida to the highest point. Thereafter, in sculpture, they are known for the Nataraja image itself. In the what we call as representation of power and spread of Indian culture, they are known to spread it to Southeast Asia. So the Cholas are known for their temple building and for their sculpture. So in a way, you conclude by arguing that if these two periods were not there, or these are the two golden periods of Indian art and culture. This question has no right and wrong answer. This question has no set pattern. It's about how much a student knows the period and controlling your urge to write it. Is it clear? This question is not difficult, it's just analytical. Okay. Discuss the significance of the lion and bull figure in Indian mythology, art, and architecture. This is directly related to current affairs. It's a current affairs question. It's because of the whole controversy of the parliament emblem itself. So, introduction, body, conclusion. In the introduction, you will say that very simply, the representation in Indian culture has been changing over a period of time, but the lion and the bull have always figured out everywhere. So, first start with bull. Bull, where have we seen previously? First is pillar, Mauryan pillar. In mythology, Nandi and Lord Shiva. Thereafter, we have seen it on the emblem of India itself. Even the Harappans used to represent. You can start from Harappa. You can talk about Harappa, then Maurya, then Nandi, then emblem, and even in temple architecture, the bull representation was very, very important. Till on coins, we see it. Thereafter, you talk about lion. Again, lion story starts from Harappa, which is Pashupati seal. Then Mauryan pillars, most used. Then emblem. Then mythologically related to the Shakti cult. And thereafter, coinage again used. So here again, you have no control over what you can write. Narsimha Avatar itself, very good. Fact of the matter is the significance of lion is to talk about power, bull is to talk about fertility and agriculture and, in a way, strength of economy. And that is why till today we use the bull. Where do we use the bull? As a symbol. Yes, stock exchange, Sensex. So the fact is, you can see till today our representations remain the same. Again, not a factual question, an analytical question. How much can you go and take out from your memory? These are not questions that are factual. It's about taking out. This is why I have created a certain series in your mind of every period adding something to every thematic. It's a conceptual question. Then, evaluate the nature of Bhakti literature and its contribution to Indian culture. Very easy. What did Bhakti contribute to Indian culture? Challenged gendered notion, challenged caste, challenged institutionalized religion, did personalization of religion itself, the concept of devotion, the concept of bhajan, the idea of individual, monotheistic ideas, challenge Buddhism and Jainism. Again, no 150 words, you will struggle to not write more. It's about controlling your urge. Don't start to write about different saints. That will basically be a waste of your time. Just talk about the initial discussion we had. Bhakti idea, bhakti contribution. It's not asking about saints. It's asking about nature. So this is again, the problem is not that you don't have anything to write. The problem is there's too much to write, and how do you bring it down? That is what is the art of art and culture and of mains answer writing. Pushing things into a smaller space is what it is, condensing. Okay. Now this is again a very, very interesting question which came, which is the rock cut architecture represents the most important source of our knowledge of early Indian art and history. Discuss. Now it's not asking you period, it is not asking you a type, it is asking you a technique. So where do we see rock cut art? Now please don't write prehistoric paintings in this, please, because that is not rock cut art. Rock cut art starts from Ajanta. No, not even Ajanta. Mauryan pillar, then cave, which is Ajanta, Barabar, Nagarjuni Hill. Then where have we seen rock cut architecture? Temple, the 5 stages, early temples. We've seen it in sculpture, the whole Gandhara, Mathura, Amravati. Then we've also seen it in last time we saw it was Pallava art, and that was basically Mahendra Varman and Nandi Varman and Mahabalipuram. Pancharath. Beautiful. Now you again tell me, is this question manageable with ratification of Nitin Singhania? You tell me. Are these questions manageable with Nitin Singhania? Nobody can write any answer without even having an that is why I have gone through with you with painfully showing you every image so that you understand it. Because rock cut has a certain representation, and every period we've seen something rock cut. These questions are not going to come out of CCRT, NCRT, or Nitin Singhania. These are theoretical questions which need analytical understanding of art and culture. That is why, Chaitya Vihara, why not? Most of the students struggle in art and culture because what they do is that they judge art and culture from the prelims areas. But the questions are actually coming out of the first 5 modules. Are you getting my point? When you realize this, you will actually realize that art and culture is much more than what you actually think it is. Okay. Pala period is the most significant phase in history of Buddhism in India. Enumerate 2 contributions of the Palas. What are the 2 contributions? Palas, why Buddhism? Universities, one after the other universities. Udantapuri, the Vikramshila, Nalanda revival. Then the architecture. And then, if you remember, Pala art, Pothi art, Tara. Because you know, and this is why knowing ancient medieval is important. You know who the Palas are, you know where they fit, automatically the answer comes. You can mention the king's names, why not? Gopala, Dharampala, you can talk about them. You can also talk about Jagdala also. Try to write these answers. You will be amazed at what you actually remember. Seem to be difficult. Test yourself once. And you will actually see the power of going through theoretical understanding through visual. Automatically, when I said Pala, 3 images should automatically come to your mind. That Nalanda image, that Pothi image of Tara, and should automatically give you that slide. Okay, Udantapuri, and this was written. That is why I create visual memory. So that as soon as I say Gupta, you automatically see the temples, you automatically see everything. Do revision and try to write these answers. Revise once and you will be able to write these answers easily. Don't. This is going to be a crime if you tell me that you can't do this question. Highlight the Central Asian Greco-Bactrian elements in Gandhara art. Half closed eyes, draping, forehead, elongated ears, curly hair, stucco, anything want to write. Halo, easy. This was a question which creates a question for you for intangible heritage. Safeguarding the Indian art heritage is the need of the moment. Comment. Here, basically, you have to talk about ways to conserve our culture. This is called, this is not intangible. This is basically standard question, art heritage. But they can ask you about intangible forms, performative words. This is a question where UPSC is trying to check, do you really care about your art and culture or not? So, is it the need of the moment? Yes, it is. How will you do it? Conserve, preserve, make it relevant, give them an audience. I told you to think about it. You can talk about PM Vishkarma scheme. You can talk about current affairs. You can do anything. This is called a generic question. ASI, CCI, yes, why not? Again, no set answer, but shows your passion towards Indian art and culture. This is again a generic question. It's a generic question. Assess the importance of accounts of Chinese and Arab travelers to reconstruct history. Fa Heian, Yun Sang, It Sing. Arab travelers, Al-Masudi, the Al-Baruni, and Ibn Battuta. And you just have to tell them what is the importance. You don't even need to do anything. Don't care about what the Chinese Arab said. Give them generic points, and your job will be done. Done. Fear of art and culture mains questions done. Now, please listen to me. Please listen to me. I'm going to tell you a strategy. This may be your last class with me. This may not be your last class with me. Whatever it may be. My biggest request to you is, what you need to do is 15 minutes rule, ancient medieval art and culture, learn the facts. Do mains answer writing till February. You will give mocks. The test series is starting from 24th. There will be multiple things which you will not know. I know that. But what I want you to do is, don't use the mocks as a demoralizing aspect, but use them as a way of creating a new repository. Don't take mocks on face value, specifically sectional tests, because sectional tests are not realistic. It is full course test which is important. More than that, what you have to do is, your mock experience, this prelims test series which is going to start, it is a learning curve for you. For even polity, history, geography, economy, anything. Learn from it. That from 24th, you would have got a mail. PTS is starting. If you part of our BHLP, it is automatically free to you. Check your email. There would be an email notification about it. And my simple point to you is, factual knowledge 15 minutes rule. Revise art and culture once, and you will automatically understand what I'm trying to say. Want to pick up this book? Your call. But at least now don't learn from it. Read it and revise from it if needed. Other than that, PPTs are good enough. So, thank you. Take care. See you soon. 19th, I will see you for sure. I hope that you enjoyed ancient medieval art and culture with me. If some of you missed any class of ancient medieval art and culture, from tomorrow I start ancient medieval art and culture in evening batch. So you can always join me there if you have not been able to cover something. I hope that I've tried to do justice to these 3 topics, things which students mostly run away from. I've tried to bring in an element of visual, bring in an element of music, dance, drama, whatever it may be. And there was a certain plan with which we went, doing ancient medieval first and then doing art and culture so that it becomes easy. Just make sure that you revise. For anything, you can always email me. You will get a feedback form by today evening for the classes itself. Do fill that up. And the basic point of the matter is, don't worry and believe in yourself. It is not an issue. Just believe in yourself. And ancient medieval art and culture, I hope that now you will not run away from history. Those 9 to 8 questions which you should be able to manage, you will be able to manage. Don't chase the paper and use your time better. Use the mocks as a learning curve and make a repository of whatever you have learned from the mocks itself. It will generally help you in writing something. Answer writing, your window is closing after February. Don't do answer writing. Go towards a more prelims oriented study. Because if you will keep on answer writing till March, it's a waste of time. Do answer writing, start, it will help. Try to write, it will automatically come out. Current affairs, art and culture part, I am there to make sure that you will not miss anything there in the next 4 months. Others, art and culture, you can do either 2 ways, on a daily basis or on a weekly basis. Monthly basis, if you are doing it, it will become very heavy. So rather try to weekly cover things in that sense. Right? Thank you. Take care. Bye-bye. And all the best for the examination if I don't see you again. And you've been a very receptive crowd. We've enjoyed quite a lot. We've laughed. and we have taken a lot of new things about art and culture. I hope that your Bharat Darshan was worth it. Thank you. Take care. Bye bye.